Meanwhile, up top, Altar Girl at 19-1 is kicking clear. After that, on Alex, misclassified, now far out of it, and they're coming home now. Mark of Victory to the outside, trying to run down the speedy Altar Girl. Between them, Melania T, far outside, too hot to stop, misclassified, finishing fast from last, still chasing Altar Girl. Altar Girl, the longest shot on the board. Gate to wire. And they're racing. Tough beginning for Hazard to Your Health. Leapt shortly after the gates popped and started in last. Haute Charlotte with good early speed. Cool Karma with good early speed. And tracking is Charlie Paints. After that, Pearl Button beginning to join Charlie to the outside. Meanwhile, Haute Charlotte runs away by 3. Haute Charlotte at 14-1 after we began the day with the longest shot on the board winning. Haute Charlotte has upset on her mind. After that, we have Pearl Button who runs by Charlie Paints. Charlie Paints is shoving all in right behind the stablemate Cool Karma. After that, Flat Out Nice second last, and Hazard to Your Health is still in last and far out of it. And up top, Haute Charlotte with Kelsey 6 lengths. Charlie Paints in second, blowing by the stablemate Cool Karma. Then it's Pearl Button and they head for home. Haute Charlotte desperately trying to pull the upset. Kelsey just took a peek back and sees Charlie Paints chasing, but perhaps chasing in vain. As they come to the final football field, it's another upset on Father's Day. It's Haute Charlotte and Kelsey dominating. And they're racing. Philo Bedeau with that great early speed zings off to the early lead, challenged by Launch in search of 2 in a row. Heroic Song behind them to the outside of Lamu Tatti, who's on the move coyly on the inside. Then we come back to Sam Says. The Minnesotan is 8 lengths rearmost. Chasing Philo, it's Philo Bedeau to the inside of Launched and right in front of Lamu Tatti. After that, we have Heroic Song prowling 5 lengths from the lead. Sam Says even farther out of it now. The well-supported Minnesotan not liking it today. Around about the quarter pole, Philo Bedeau at 6-1. The longest shot of the quintet shows the way. Outside of that is Launched to the inside. Lamu Tatti making a sharp move. And widest of all, Heroic Song is coming on fast. We have 4 in a line into the final 150. Lamu Tatti kicks clear beautifully. It is Lamu Tatti and LAV running away to a 5-length victory. Heroic Song, Philo Bedeau ran third. And they're racing. And from the 6th spot, Palace Attained attains the early lead. 86 Chevy comes zooming through to the inside, but with a killer crossover, De Silva gets Palace Attained down to the inside at 12-1 on an upset-laden Father's Day at CBY. It is Palace Attained 1 from the 186 Chevy, now just off the flank to the outside. Bay Boss behind them. After that, Flash Humor flashing in 6 out of it, joined by Piercy Road. Then it's Outlaw Run, and the one in last is PR Call Me Maybe, covered by 7, and they approach the top of the stretch. Palace Attained holding on by a half. 86 Chevy clings to that one. Bay Boss to the outside. Piercy Road right behind them. Then it's Outlaw Run. Flash Humor 7 out of it, and PR Call Me Maybe is on the far outside. It looks wide open into the final furlong. It is 86 Chevy. Right behind that one is Bay Boss. A resurgent Palace Attained on the inside. Behind them is Piercy Road. 86 Chevy. 86 Chevy. Wrong lead. Right place. Winner's circle. Last in line. And they're racing. Bad beginning for Anna Lee. Anna Lee missed it by 5 lengths. That's the one way back in last, because off the layoff pops Coily. Unrivaled Queen with the leading rider. Good speed to the outside. Manhattan Cherry in third to the inside. Behind them is Vow, and Vow is advancing, blowing by Manhattan Cherry. Then we come back to Starlit Cole, and the one in last is Anna Ali, and the one in first is Unrivaled Queen at 3-1, and the Queen is ruling over the cast in race number 5. And as they head for home, Unrivaled Queen and Luis Fuentes out for a Sunday stroll. The lead is 5. Outside is Val, just to the outside of Because. Then we come back to Manhattan Cherry, not today for Anna Lee. It is Unrivaled Queen pounding away with a big lead. And Unrivaled Queen is gone. Makes her daddy Eddington proud on Father's Day. And they're racing in the Father-Son Father's Day Co-Call Classic. The doctor's in the house. Dr. Oscar busts out of the gate with good speed. The veteran Minister of Soul next to him, and outside of them is Bugler. And those three have gone about 3.5 lengths clear from Slim Slow Slider. After that, we have Tony's Tap It Hey Now and Divine Leader Derek Robert Allen. Take it away.
Thank you, Dad. Looks like we got the 3-card flush straight, on the top 3. We got Dr. Oscar in first, following behind with a little rhythm and blues. Minister of Souls taking in second strong. Third is we got the Bugler playing and strutting and marching down the track as we hit the corner on the final stretch here. And Dr. Oscar still holding that lead. Alonso's not giving up. Here we go. Who is this? The Bugler. The Bugler's coming into play. The Bugler is up against the Doctors, and not today. Tony's Tap It. Tap in, ladies and gentlemen. The Tony's Tap It's holding on. Dr. Oscar, what do we got to say? Tony's Tap It. Dr. Oscar, Tony's Tap It. We'll see you now.
Yeah. Hey, great job, buddy. Tony's Tap Racing, swift beginnings for all. Jackson Action with speed. Kid Got Rhythm with speed. On the inside, River Ransom looking for that lead. Likewise for the firster. Natural Causes debuting with speed. His stablemate Icon Do It very, very wide. That's the 9. After that, we have Mid-Cat, Mid-Pack about 2.5, 3 clear from Deposit Insurance. And Magic Doro is last. And in first is River Ransom running away by 3. River Ransom puts 3.5 on Kid Got Rhythm. Then it's about 7 back to Mid-Cat. After that is Icon Do It. And they're chasing River Ransom, hoping to flow into the winner's circle. River Ransom leads it with 2:50 to go. Jackson Action is finishing fast on the outside. Mid-Cat to the inside with Deposit Insurance. Into the final 100. River Ransom slowing down with a 3-length lead, but has done enough to win. River Ransom in a photo. It's a tight photo between 1 and 3.
And they're off. Nobody keen to get out that lead, so a couple of pops for Captain's Crown. He'll try to use that rail running to take the lead. But the favorite, Morning Thunder, has other plans, and Morning Thunder is right there as they run by the judges. Incredible Victor's in a good spot in third. Then we come back a couple of lengths to Red's Mr. Z in those purple silks. 2 more back to LL's Classy Dude, and way at the back of the pack is Legacy in the Making. 10 lengths from front to back, a speed duel with a long shot to the inside. Captain's Crown and the favorite to the outside, Morning Thunder, who's 3 to 5. Kelsey and Incredible Victor sit nicely and press that pace in third. It's 4 lengths back to Red's Mr. Z. Then right inside of that one is LL's Classy Dude, and still nothing from Legacy in the Making. A snappy opening quarter of 23 and 4 for Morning Thunder. Morning Thunder has put away Captain's Crown, and now Incredible Victor tries to come up coyly into second. Captain's Crown's doing the moonwalk. Red's Mr. Z up into third. LL's Classy Dude is unwinding, and still nothing from that 5 Legacy in the Making. 48 and 3 to the half, and Morning Thunder trying to make his daddy Golden Sense proud on Father's Day, but he's used a lot of energy early, and here comes Incredible Victor and Kelsey. Incredible Victor goes right on by that favorite, now has to deal with Red's Mr. Z, and they charge to the top of the Canterbury stretch. On the outside, it's Red's Mr. Z. Red's Mr. Z with a well-timed move by Sophia Barandella, and Red's Mr. Z made that swooshing move around the turn, and Red's Mr. Z is 10 to 1. Red's Mr. Z in front. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where we are under mostly cloudy skies, and the main track is listed as fast. We are on the turf and the turf course, listed at yielding, fast and yielding tonight. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 8-race card. There's a pick 5 carryover that starts in race 1 of $14,673.21. And in the lid lifter, there are no changes. Race 1, free and clear. Race 2 starts an early pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Scratch number 6, Batlin CJ. Race 2, scratch 6. With that scratch, no superfecta in race number 2. Race number 3, take out the 1. Time has come. Race 3, scratch 1. Race 4, no changes. Race 4 starts the 50-cent final 5 pick 5, and there are no changes. Race number 5, take out number 2, burnt match. And number 8, Coast to Glory. Race 5, take out the 2 and the 8. In race 6, scratch number 1, El Tomate. Race 6, scratch 1. Our final 2 races are quarter horse dashes, and both quarter horse races have no changes, free and clear in the 7th and 8th. Up next, we swing over to the beautiful TV studio here in the palatial press box for Jeff Madej and Angela Herman with everything important here at Canterbury Park.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Canterbury Park on a beautiful Thursday night in Shakopee, Minnesota. Here you are in the First Bet studio. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We're here to preview a few things that are coming up and also take a look at some of tonight's cards and things you might want to get involved in, including a Pick 5 carryover. Last Sunday, Angela, it was a clown show. It was a clown nose fiesta. I mean, there were bombs all over the place to start the card and then throughout as well. There were actually the first 5 races, no one had the Pick 5. The second, there was actually a number or two that wasn't covered either. So long shots have been prevailing. Favorite only winning 32% of the time right here now thus far. Earlier this week, Angela, we lost a friend. A friend of ours passed away, Mr. Joe Friedberg. He was a famous defense attorney, probably the best in Minnesota. He also was a friend of horse racing. Yeah, he was a guy that when he came up to the press box, when Dark was still with us, the racing almost became secondary because the stories those two could tell were just fabulous. But he and his wife, Carolyn, had been involved in horse racing for a long, long time. In fact, there you can see a picture of them in the winner's circle with one of their horses, Lucky Libba. They also won the Canterbury Oaks, which is now with Sabathani back in 2000, which is now the Curtis Sampson Oaks that we're going to be running on Saturday as part of the Northern Stars Turf Festival. But Joe will be missed. He was just a great guy at the racetrack.
A character, for sure. And he could find just about anything, anybody that he had something in common with, could talk with, tell stories, and really enhance your day out here. But like you said, whenever he would come up here and chat with Dark, everything else took a back seat. He was just that kind of person, that kind of personality, and it's tough to lose people like that in the sport overall, but especially here to Canterbury. You know, we've had a couple of big supporters of the sport unfortunately pass in the last 6 months, and you don't necessarily see the impact of that until a little bit later, and I'm sure that'll be the same case with Joe. Wherever he is, we miss you, and it just will not be the same without him.
Heck of a guy indeed. This Saturday, we've got the Northern Stars Turf Festival, which is our biggest night of racing outside of the Minnesota Festival of Champions. 5 turf races. There's a couple of handicaps and then a couple of stakes as well, but they're all on the turf. And I think it's exciting. The fields are pretty good. They're pretty competitive. And there's a couple of horses you love, and we'll get into that later. But you can look at some of the lineups here.
Right.
I mean, look at this field here. Extreme Smoke Show on the outside. I think that horse, we haven't seen the best of her. She's in the Sampson Oaks that we just mentioned. That's a heck of a race there. Retired Kathy, I think, has won 3 out of 4. She draws the rail. On to the Lady Canterbury and your favorite horse.
Yes, my favorite horse, Midnight Current, lands in the middle, trying to get back to her winning ways. They all have to run down Thunder's Rock and Roll, though, and Thunder's Rock and Roll has proven herself a speedy, versatile sort, and she draws the outside. That'll make things significantly tougher on anybody to her inside. They tries to go with her, tries to get a good trip. She's really in the driver's seat from at least where she's starting from. We'll just see what everybody else brings to the table, especially potentially with a less than firm turf course.
Yeah, that's just a great race. And then you get to the Dark Star Turf Sprint at 5 furlongs. A big graded stakes winner, Arrest Me Red, on the rail. On the outside, Bad Beat Brian, number 10, who's run in stakes company as well. And then right in the middle, the Alligator Hunter, our own Minnesota-bred stakes winner. This is another great race.
Yes, the Dark Star Turf Sprint is really a tough one from inside out, because if Arrest Me Red hadn't drawn the rail, I think he would be even lower than he's going to be. But the fact that he drew the rail, the fact that he's going 5, you can poke a few holes in him. I mean, I still like him. I think class will prevail in there, but there's definitely alternatives to his outside that will be at better prices than you usually catch them at, including Bad Beat Brian. But that is a deep and contentious race, and Wesley Ward brought not only him, but one of the favorites in one of the later races too.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the next race in the series, the Brooks Fields Mile. I know you like a little bit of a price in there, but Drama Chorus, that horse, the 3-horse, Drama Chorus, owned by Pete Masson, all speed and very good. It was run against some very good horses. Tonka Warrior on the outside is good. Xavier Dave.
That's one of your favorites.
One of my favorites, a Minnesota bred. We can't leave out Golden Bandit.
No.
And that horse who won the Canterbury Derby last year. So this field is deep. You like Kennebec, who's a sneaky one.
I do. I like Kennebec from off the pace. Even his rider coming into town to ride him. He and Brian Pena have made an excellent team down in Arizona. Now they're bringing their act up to Minnesota, but there will be some speed probably to run down with the inside Drama Chorus and Golden Bandit trying to keep his record perfect on our turf course. Just another good one, and this one is going to be in the final 5, as well as race number 7, the Canterbury Derby. And
don't forget, John the Mouse Mickelson is giving out his long shot play in that Brooks Fields Mile. Deflator at 20 to 1 on the morning line. Deflator.
Bombs away. Now, we just talked about Wesley Ward and another favorite that he's bringing in. We don't often get shippers from the UAE Derby, but we have one in Navy SEAL.
Yeah, I used Maidan as a training grounds for the Canterbury
Just
Derby.
a prep.
It's unbelievable, but there he is, Navy SEAL.
Right.
I think he's won 1 of 6 career starts, never run in the U.S. Wesley Ward, the trainer. David Flores aboard. You looked him up. He's a guy that's been riding since the mid-'80s. He's won, I think he said, 108 graded stakes races. Guy's a veteran. He'll be riding Navy SEAL in the Canterbury Derby. Yeah. There's some other local hopefuls in here. Mouse probably likes Tell Him I'm Coming, I'm guessing. Bourbon Aficionado. I don't think we've seen the best of that one yet. So competitive race. Navy SEAL's going to get bet and bet heavily, but does not have to win this race.
Yeah, I'm going, as much as I'm not going to try to beat Arrest Me Red, I am going to try to beat Navy SEAL. And Illustrator, a horse that you didn't mention, ridden by the Q. We're going to get Battle of the Qs on Saturday. Luis Quinones is going to be aboard Illustrator. That's another up-and-coming horse that might even have another step of improvement in him, and he doesn't need much to be a handful for the rest of these. We'll talk a little bit more about both of the Pick 5 sequences. That's going to be me and Kevin Gore coming up later tonight. But there is a contest involved as well with the Northern Stars Turf Festival. Tell us more.
That's right. It's a $300 contest. $100 is entry fee, $200 is a live bankroll, and you're just betting, which is it's pretty cool. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, daily double wagers are involved in this. You're playing or can play the 8 races on Northern Stars night, and that live bankroll, whatever happens to it, becomes yours at the end. So you can not only turn that $200 into thousands of dollars, you also can win a $2,000 entry into the September 26th final contest. And that awards entries to the $10,000 Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge, to the I think it's $2 or $3 million purse in the NHC. So a lot of big prizes, but it can start right there with this Northern Stars Challenge.
And rules, everything else that they would need to know, where do they find it?
Right on ExpressBet. Just go to ExpressBet, look it up. It's on your phone, your app, and you can play right from there. It's a great opportunity to turn your opinion into a ton of money. And then the Basset Hounds, Sunday.
The Basset Hounds are coming on Sunday. Yes, the dog races, we've had a brief hiatus, but these Basset Hounds, the little floppy-eared wonders, are going to be joining us on Sunday. There's going to be multiple heats in between the horse races. No wagering on the Basset.
6 of them. 6 heats.
I know. There's a lot of Basset Hounds coming out to race on Sunday, along with all the other family day activities we have. It looks like another nice day. It's going to get back to summer, I think, on Sunday, and the Basset Hounds are going to be joining us, I think, probably between 3 and 6, but we'll get the official details on that a little later in the weekend. Back to the Loeffler leaderboard. The jockey standings haven't changed too much, but the top 2 are starting to pull away from the rest of the riders in the room. There's a lot of mounts you can see, at least for top rider Luis Fuentes, but that's how he did pad a 4-win lead. And Gallardo, even though he has had a tough one this season, is so tough and resilient. Keeps his position in second with 12 wins. A lot of opportunity for a lot of these guys to move their way up in the standings. Cody Rosine, one ahead of Mac Robertson with significantly less starters, but he'll have another one in this weekend. One of his main hopes, I thought, from last weekend got called off. That race got canceled, but he's the leader right now in the trainer standings. Tonight, I have a horse coming from a different camp that's going to be my play of the night, and that is Kurt's Choice. If you did see the video that we did on him, check it out. It's on my X profile. It's on Jeff's. You can get a little bit more information from Gabriel Silva, his trainer, on Kurt's Choice, who tries to probably just set out for the lead, go as far as he can, as fast as he can, and that has been a winning tactic for him in the past on this turf course. That's number 7, Kurt's Choice, in the 4th. Hope to take him. Flag fall to that's all, as Paul would say. Kurt's Choice should be maybe in the 2-1, 5-2 range, but that's fair enough for a horse with his kind of record.
It pays to play the play of the day. We talked about that $300 contest where you can win your way in for just $40. Check out your phone for that as well, the ExpressBet app, or on your computer. $40 feeder goes on tonight. Be sure to get involved in that. And then each and every Thursday, free daily racing form, past performances. You just go to dailyracingform.com, or Bristnet has them as well. We've got DRF PPs every Thursday, Bristnet PPs each and every day of the meet. So if you're looking for handicapping information, if you want to do it yourself, just go to either one of those 2 sites to get it. And here we go with the first 5 and the final 5 and the 10% takeout and a nice carryover to start things.
Right, with all these free PPs at your disposal, no reason to go after that carryover in the first 5. There was already over $11,000 put into this pool in addition to the carryover. That'll continue to grow. We still got 12 minutes to post, and the horses are coming out into the paddock. Make sure you get those tickets in now for the 10% takeout first 5 with over $14,000 in that carryover, and the pool is growing rapidly.
Kevin Gorg's going to take you through this first race, maybe give you some pointers on the pick 5 as well. He's dashing to his microphone now. He had to talk with a couple of trainers, get some last-minute information. Kevin, Are you out there?
Yeah, big card tonight. Obviously, it all starts with this first 5. Carryover just short of 15,000. This is the money bet in, so we're already total up over $30,000. Should be a lot of fun. And look at the betting here in race 1. I get it. Hap Hot deserves to be favored, but betting board tells you this race is wide open. And on one of my tickets, I used all 6. So Hap Hot's the speed of the speed inside. Ran a great race last time against Jack's Outlaw, who we'll see on Saturday. If Hap Hot can get clear, then I think Hap Hot's in a good spot for victory. But 6 furlongs, to me, is the question mark. 5.5, I think this horse would be worthy of even money, somewhere around there. But at 6 furlongs, this horse might get a little vulnerable in the final half furlong. One of the horses I think could reap the benefits, if that's the case, is the 2. And, you know, this 2 horse here at 4-1 with Fuentes has enough speed to stay right there, pressing that speed of Hap Hot. And if Hap Hot gets a little leg weary late, the 2 is going to inherit the lead somewhere in the stretch. So I think that horse is a must use. Mr. Chairman, what do you do with the 3? Taking a lot of money here. Chad Lindsay, the pilot, comes off a really sharp win at Prairie Meadows. If the horse can duplicate that effort in Iowa, he's a major player here. 3-1 tells the story. You're getting a good look at the 4, Lake B, who figures to be the longest shot on the board. But before you dismiss this horse, number 1, consider the connections. Miguel Angel Silva brings long shots in here all the time. And then look at those Beyer speed figures this horse earned in January, February, and March. 85, 78, and 74. This horse absolutely can win this race, and you're getting 10-1. 5 is the closer in the race. If the speed backs up and you're looking for a horse to come get the money late, that's Roses by Liam. I've seen this movie before with Tim Padilla, Alonzo Quinones, and Pete Madsen. Looks great in the paddock. Look at that horse on the muscle. Is Roses by Liam. Outside marker is first call. You get some outside attack speed with a great gate jockey in Luis Valenzuela. I think this race is literally wide open. Super cool way to start that pick 5. We'll continue to update the numbers with the monies bet in there. As I mentioned, the carryover just short of 15,000. They've already bet 16+ thousand into this thing. I think you're looking at well over 60,000 by the time the wagering is done. Bets keep coming in. I'll give you a look at my pick 5 ticket here in just a couple of minutes. But right now, we're going to send it down to the track. Sir Leonard Dykert with the initial call to the post here on a beautiful Thursday at Canterbury Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sir Leonard Dykert. To the John Deere Dirt, which is fast, for the first 5. One of 2 pick 5s today at Canterbury, and this one has a carryover of nearly $15,000. We have no scratches for the first race. As the pick 5 sequence goes, the turf course is listed as yielding, and the rail is all the way to the inside. The first at CBY is provided by Loeffler. We also thank Appellados, Continental Diamond, Jim Beam, Kim Crawford Wines, and Quick Trip. Welcome to our featured groups, including the Canopy Group, Engel and Volkers of Prior Lake, and Highland Molex Celebration. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Thursdays are provided by Michelob Golden Light and Comcast Xfinity.
Okay, race fans, this pick 5 is really the story of the night. You're going to see an update on the money that's being bet in. We carried over just short of 15,000. I could not find a single. I wanted to single somewhere in this sequence, could not do it. I was very tempted to use the all button here in race 1. This is a great race to start the day. I think some will single the 1. There you see the update on the money being bet in, and add that to the nearly 15,000 ready in the bank. It's going to be an awesome opportunity tonight. I'm going to use 4 horses here, 1, 2, 5, and 6. And as the race flow goes, I had to use this horse on screen, the 5, who's a closer. I think the pace is going to be honest. Hap Hot, I believe, sets that pace. 2 and 6 are going to get good stalking trips if Hap Hot doesn't want to go the 6 furlongs. I think 5.5 would have been a single with Hap Hot for me, but now at 6 furlongs, I need some coverage. Race 2, I'm going to use the 2 and the 3. Factor that the 2 is my top pick there. I think the favorites are going to dominate race 2. Then I think we get the chance for some updates. In race 3, I'm going to use 4, 5, and 7. 4 might be Lone Speed with Il Capitano. Race number 4, I'm going to use 6 and 7, a closer and a speedball. I think Kurt's Choice, the speed of the race on the outside, could take them all the way. And I wanted some coverage in race 5. It really changed completely with the scratch of Burnt Match, the likely heavy favorite. I'm going to use 4, 7, and 9. The 4 horse is my top pick at 6 to 1. 1, 2, 5, 6 with 2, 3 with 4, 5, 7. With 6, 7, with 4, 7, and 9. It's a $72 ticket that I've put together. Play mine, modify my ticket, or just play your own. But you can't win it if you don't get in it, and we're playing for a lot of money tonight. You can see the update on the money being bet in there. So in total right now, we're quickly approaching 40,000. I think by the time the betting is done, we're well over $50,000 in the first 5. Good luck with all your tickets. You've got about 4 minutes right now to get those in. Have a great time tonight right here at Canterbury Park.
It is now post time for the first Thursday at Canterbury Park. Moving in. Hap Hot. Lake B. Let the Rain Settle It. Roses by Liam. White Horse. First call, last in. Thursday, Canterbury Park. First 5 carryover. Good luck. And they're racing. 6-pack popped okay. Hap Hot. Hot for that early lead. Hap Hot from the inside in search of the lead. Joined by First Call to the outside, and they speed away from Lake B. After that, Mr. Chairman. That's the White Horse. 7 lengths out of it. Overtaken by Let the Rain Settle It to the inside. Between them, Roses by Liam. Well supported. 3.5 to 1, about 8 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Hap Hot by a whisker. Badgered by First Call in LAV. Hap Hot pulls clear nearly a half. After that, Lake B on the prowl at 17 to 1. Lake B cruising in conspicuously. Hap Hot opens up 1.5. After that, Roses by Liam, far out of it. Mr. Chairman is tailing off to the outside of Let the Rain Settle It, and Hap Hot is still sizzling. Hap Hot from the long shot, Lake B to the outside. Right behind them is Roses by Liam into the final 150, and Hap Hot is going to prevail in race number 1. Hap Hot on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle, 1 and a tight photo between 4 and 5. Number 1, Hap Hot. First. The numbers. The first into the winner's enclosure, Hap Hot and Eduardo Gallardo. Hap Hot is owned by Arundel Ranch, and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Hap Hot is a Minnesotan bred by Suzanne Stables and is a 5-year-old son of Barbados out of FanFest. The first is official. Trifecta paid $40.85. Race number 2, John Deere Dirt. Fast, scratch 6, Battle in CJ. No superfecta wagering in race number 2. The second begins our first of 2 pick 4s and is provided by Apple Autos and Xfinity Comcast.
If you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle, the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week honors Candy Garcia. Candy Garcia has been a groom extraordinaire at Canterbury Park for many years. He's outdoing himself this year, though, working full-time for the Rushton stable and helping out with both Nancy Sheehan and the George Smith barns in his ever-decreasing spare time. Nancy says Candy has been like a son to her, always having her back and being an excellent all-around person. Grooms are the backbone of racing, care for these equine athletes day in and day out, and can make all the difference for a trainer's success. Congratulations, Candy, and thank you for all your hard work.
And they're racing. Six-pack popped okay. Hap Hot for that early lead. Hap Hot from the inside in search of the lead, joined by First Call to the outside, and they speed away from Lake B. After that, Mr. Chairman, that's the white horse, 7 lengths out of it, overtaken by Let the Rain Settle It to the inside. Between them, Roses by Liam, well supported. 3.5 to 1, about 8 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Hap Hot by a whisker, badgered by First Call in LAV. Hap Hot pulls clear nearly a half. After that, Lake B on the prowl at 17 to 1. Lake B cruising in conspicuously. Hap Hot opens up 1.5. After that, Roses by Liam, far out of it. Mr. Chairman is tailing off to the outside of Let the Rain Settle It, and Hap Hot is still sizzling. Hap Hot from the long shot, Lake B to the outside. Right behind them is Roses by Liam into the final 150, and Hap Hot is going to prevail in race number 1. Hap Hot on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle, 1 and a tight photo between 4 and 5. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's Groom of the Week presentation is courtesy of Bravi's Craft Mexican Kitchen across the street. And Boots.
Welcome out to the paddock. We get set for race number 2. Great to see all over the country everybody betting Canterbury tonight. They bet over $144,000 into that pick 5, which means we're playing for just short of $160,000 with that 10% takeout. We scratch a horse here, the outside marker, number 6, no super betting, but a great little turf race. And look at the betting board. You can see that there's some money spread out here. Let's take a look at Mighty Maddie the 1, because if you like the 2, factor that. They come out of a common race. That was back on May the 26th, and Mighty Maddie got the better of the 2-horse Factor That. So Factor That's going to be a hot favorite. You can see by the betting board right now, Mighty Maddie still in the saddling enclosure, not yet coming out to parade around for us, but Mighty Maddie has a big chance. She gets the advantageous inside. She's in good form. She'll get a good stalking trip. And last time, Factor That had a nice, comfortable trip, 48 and change at this distance, 7.5 furlongs. I still think Factor That's the most likely winner, my top pick in the race, but you really have to take a long look at the 1 at 9-2 as a horse with an upset chance. So what do we do with Factor That? She's going to be odds on. You get Gallardo, the jockey, looking for a double sweep. You get Joel Burnt, one of the best trainers in the history of our racetrack. Last race, though, was a red flag for me. She was off at 1-9, and as I mentioned, she had a pretty comfortable trip. Northern Angel is a horse she passed in mid-stretch and then got repassed by late in the race. So I get it. The Beyer speed figures at Gulfstream Park are obvious, but if she doesn't get comfortable out there and if she gets hooked, she could be vulnerable late. We'll see. Even money, my top pick, most likely winner, yes. But there's some other value on the board. And Mighty Maddie now coming out of the enclosure, permission to go to the track. She looks real good, too, by the way. Mighty Maddie making a nice impression with a Royal. 3 is Kooky Berry, Luis Fuentes for Tony Rengsdorf. She's been a pesky horse. She's been beaten as the favorite 3 consecutive races. I think she might be better at a distance of ground. Last time was a sprint, and last time was off a layoff. So she gets the tightener, she stretches out, and I think, like Factor That, she'll be very prominent in the early stages. 4 is Grace Alace. She opened up as the early betting favorite, so she was taking cash right from the hop. 3rd time off the layoff, and if the 2 favorites, the 2 and 3, hook up, look for the 4 to be charging down the Canterbury stretch. And number 5 is Dropped Cold. Another horse 3rd off the layoff, and another horse with sneaky good form. Outside stalking speed. On paper, it looks like 2 and 3 are going to go to the front. Never sleep on Kelsey Haar if she's got some value to that. And right now, she's the longest shot on the board. She looks playable here on Dropped Cold. Interesting race. Only 5, but all 5 in with a chance. Who do you like? This is a turf race. The turf course is yielding. Minnesota Breds are ready, and if you're ready, you can join up with the First Bet app. It's super simple. Get to one of the information centers on the main level or the clubhouse level. Give them your handheld device. They'll download the app. You can put money right in there, bet all night, never wait in line, and cash out when the night's over. Race 2 coming up and coming at you next.
Out to the John Deere Dirt, which is fast for race 2. Pick 4 wagering begins about 5 minutes from now. Scratch number 6 and no superfecta wagering.
Hey, Canterbury, we're down here in the winner's circle. Good luck in keeping those pick fives going. But before we get to that, we're going to talk about a future endeavor. There's another Taste of Canterbury around the corner. On July 6th, we've got barbecue and bourbon. And tonight, we got a little game to play with the contestant to my left. Who are you? Where are you from? What's your name?
I'm Nate from Apple Valley.
And you've been coming out here for quite some time, yeah?
About 20 years.
Have you ever been to a Taste of Canterbury event?
We did for the Kentucky Derby this year. It was a good time.
And since this one is bourbon and barbecue, do you know a lot about bourbon? Do you make a lot of drinks with it?
Nope.
We're going to test your knowledge and see if we can introduce you to a few on July 6th. We're going to answer one question. That's it, true or false, on the tote board. And if you can correctly answer it, you are going to be joining us at Barbecue and Bourbon. Otherwise, we'll give you some passes to come back and try it, but you got this. Let's take a look at the question tonight. True or false? Bourbon's mash must be made at least 51% corn. True or false? And if anybody out there knows it, wants to give them a hint, feel free. Otherwise, you have an answer.
This sounds true.
Okay, it sounds true. Is it true? It is. There you go. You got your first fact about bourbon. Now get a few more recipes, have some fun. And if you want to join him, that's on July 6th, barbecue and bourbon. Now, do you have a pick for this race before I let you go? Get back to winning.
Factor that.
All right, roger that, factor that. We will see you on July 6th. If you want to check out Taste of Canterbury, if you want to join him and all of us upstairs for an enhanced taste, you can check out CanterburyPark.com, get your tickets today, and have all the great offerings of the Canterbury Taste of Canterbury events.
They've reached the starting gate. Here they are for race number 2. Two back and one out. Dropped cold. Last in. A quintet for leg 2 of the first 5. Leg 1 of the first of 2 pick 4s. Turf yielding. They're racing over the boggy going, and they've broken a line. Factor that the favorite at 1-2 immediately strikes the front and has company in the shape of Kooky Berry, and 2 and 3 race about 5 lengths clear from Mighty Matty. After that, we have Dropped Cold, the long shots to the outside of the bookender, and the one loping along in last is Grace Lace. Around the corner they go, and they're racing in single file, chasing Factor That off the inside, about path 2 or 3 with a 3-length lead. Kooky Berry lays second with the red, white, and blue silks to the inside. Drop Cold and Mighty Matty in a personal match race, 7 out of it, and the leader still is Factor That. The lead still about 3, and in last is Grace Lace, still about 11 lengths from it with a half mile to go. And the leader, Factor That, continues to cruise along, trying to sail wire to wire and do so at 1-2. Into the far turn, Factor That 2. In second, Kooky Berry, Mighty Matty attempting to range into the inside. Drop Cold is next, then it's Grace Lace. They have not changed position since the gates opened. 2, 3, 1, 5, 4. Covered by 8, still chasing Factor That. Factor That, Kooky Berry, and Mighty Matty to the inside. Drop Cold spinning the wheels, and Grace Lace is charging in from behind. Factor That with wire to wire on the mind. Grace Lace charging to the outside, and inside of that, Kooky Berry is resurgent. Favorite all done. Kooky Berry, Grace Lace. Kooky Berry barely won. Photo finish, and it's tight. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Kooky Berry. 3-4-2-1 in 138.54. Race 2, official. Exacta $40.80, trifecta $59.35. 1-3 double, $25. Race number 3, and back to the John Deere Dirt. Scratch number 1 in race 3. The third race is courtesy of John Deere and Anheuser-Busch. Up to the winner's enclosure, Kooky Berry and Luis Fuentes. The winning owners are Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. And the winning trainer, winning the first 2 races this week, Tony Rengstorff. Kooky Berry is a 4-year-old bay filly by Runaway and Hyde out of Naomi Ridge Esquire. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. They're racing over the boggy going, and they've broken a line. Factor that the favorite at 1-2 immediately strikes the front and has company in the shape of Kooky Berry, and 2 and 3 race about 5 lengths clear from Mighty Matty. After that, we have Dropped Cold, the long shots to the outside of the bookender, and the one loping along in last is Grace Lace. Around the corner they go, and they're racing in single file, chasing Factor That off the inside, about path 2 or 3 with a 3-length lead. Kooky Berry lays second with the red, white, and blue silks to the inside. Drop Cold and Mighty Matty in a personal match race, 7 out of it, and the leader still is Factor That. The lead still about 3, and in last is Grace Lace, still about 11 lengths from it with a half mile to go. And the leader, Factor That, continues to cruise along, trying to sail wire to wire and do so at 1-2. Into the far turn, Factor That 2. In second, Kooky Berry, Mighty Matty attempting to range into the inside. Drop Cold is next, then it's Grace Lace. They have not changed position since the gates opened. 2, 3, 1, 5, 4. Covered by 8, still chasing Factor That. Factor That, Kooky Berry, and Mighty Matty to the inside. Drop Cold spinning the wheels, and Grace Lace is charging in from behind. Factor That with wire to wire on the mind. Grace Lace charging to the outside, and inside of that, Kooky Berry is resurgent. Favorite all done. Kooky Berry, Grace Lace. Kooky Berry barely won.
Greetings from the studio. We're here to talk about race 3 first, but Kevin and I are going to tackle this one together because coming up after the third race hits the track, we're going to talk about Saturday. That's the lineup for the Northern Stars Turf Festival. And as long as we're talking pick fives, we got to talk about both of them coming up on Saturday because these races are going to be involved in those sequences. And Kevin and I have both put together tickets, but we're going to talk them through coming up after race number 3. Now, back to today, back to tonight, we're going to go 1 mile in the third race coming up. There's a key scratch in here of Time Has Come, and I thought that made a big difference, for my horse, but especially for your horse and anybody else that would like to come from off the pace. So let's switch gears back to today and talk about this upcoming optional claimer. If you were to make any sort of change to a ticket with that scratch, would you hone in on Il Capitano or just spread your options out?
Yeah, Il Capitano now I think falls into a much more favorable pace scenario. No doubt he'll be on the lead. I think the 5 has sneaky speed. I know the 5 has been coming from off the pace, but if you go back to his most recent dirt start back in March at Tampa, he was on the pace, slower numbers probably than he'll see tonight. So I think the 5 and 6 are kind of the keys to the race. They can put just a little pressure on Il Capitano, who figures to be the lonely leader. Then it changes a little bit. I think the best closer in the race is the 7. He was my top pick before the scratch of the 1. I did stick with him. I think he's in good form. I really trust Matt Williams and Luis Fuentes the most, and I think he'll be charging late. But you're right. With the scratch of the 1, your 4 horse is going to be tough to catch.
Well, the horse on screen inherited the rail. That's Minnesota-bred Last Martini, and he counts half of his lifetime scores over this track, usually with a bit of pace in front of him. I don't know how much he's going to see today, but Last Martini is one that you can at least count on. You know he's going to be coming late. You know he can handle this track. What do you make of him, and where do you use him?
Well, Gallardo's such a good gate jockey. I actually think he'll be a little closer today because of that post position. I use him if I'm going to do some trifectas or exactas, probably use him under the 4 and 7. I don't know that he's good enough to win, but I do think he's a board player for sure.
Make Noise typically comes from off the pace, and he used that tactic 2 back to win. And he won impressively at Oaklawn Park against a similar sort of group. Last year, we saw him on the lead, and he was clear through slow splits, took that field. That was a beautiful ride by Kelsey Haar that day. I don't think that they're going to slow things down enough for Make Noise to be on the lead, but he's another one that's sneaky right now. Could be 5-1 and on the rise on the tote board. Another good vertical sort of player that would be useful in some of your exactas, tries, supers, etc. But Il Capitano, my top choice in here. Right now, he's 7-2, but by the looks of the Will pays a lot of money, is going to go this way late, and he will probably end up as your speedy favorite.
Yeah, he looks like the horse to beat for sure. He is lone speed. I think you can trust that he'll be out there with De Silva calling the shots. Just keep an eye on that final football field. I think there'll be enough speed to keep him honest, including the horse we're looking at right now. I think the 5 makes a really nice impression in the paddock. He needs to get back to those tactics we saw on the dirt at Tampa where he was closer to the pace. Those turf efforts have been great, but he's been getting way too far back, and that's why he's come up short late. What do you do with Outrun Him? Because I don't know if Outrun Him can win this race, but I wrote down sneaky when I was handicapping 3 or 4 days ago, and this horse has some sneaky speed that I think can be a part of the pace.
He does, and he's shown some in the past, and it's usually been, on our dirt, but Outrun Him lately has employed much different tactics, and he's been going different distances. That's the thing, is Outrun Him doesn't always go in the same kind of race, so it's hard for him to have one nailed down kind of style. Now, his capability to be close to the lead may make things difficult on Il Capitano, but I would maybe think that he would sit somewhere in a stalking position, maybe breathing down his neck rather than pushing the issue directly, and I used him in third as a result of that. I think that he is a big player in here, especially with that scratch.
I like Ember a lot here. I think he can be closer to the pace than he was last time. He had just too much to do against Ricky Bobby, sitting back 14 lengths behind early, 13 on the backside. I think he needs to be a little closer. I think Fuentes knows that. I think he'll try to keep him within a couple lengths, maybe mid-pack, to give him a chance in the stretch and make up some ground. What do you do with the outside horse, Ange? A sprinter stretching out.
Well, and Campanella Bay had gone 2 turns before. Both of those efforts were in Florida. Yes, they were on turf and on synthetic, but he did not last in either one of those. My question is just the distance with him. Certainly not the class. It looks like he's got better since he came up here, but maybe just a tad shorter. And I would be interested to see him try turf sprinting, too. There's some options for him with his pedigree, but I would use him strictly underneath in this particular spot. And we have 8 minutes to post until race number 3. Win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and dollar pick threes, all on the table for your wagering pleasure. They'll go 1 mile. They'll hit in the track right now. And once the post parade's done, Kevin and I are going to talk Saturday pick 5.
Back to the John Deere dirt for the third and scratch number 1. Time has come.
We are back in the studio as promised. We're talking Saturday pick 5. I mean, we got a carryover in this pick 5. We've got a lot of good races to fill out the early and late ones. So let's talk about the first 5 because you are the captain of the first 5. These are the races that are on the turf, but there's some dirt in between, and it starts in the first with a good allowance going a mile.
Yeah, really fun race to handicap to start the first 5. Race 1, I like Tapiture's Lady, the inside horse. 3 looks like she might be lone speed. It's a race where you're going to probably have to cover with 2 or 3 horses, and then you get into the first of these big turf races, race 2. What do you do with Retired Kathy?
Right, and she's kind of where you have to begin with this race because either you single her because she's going to be a heavy favorite, or you've really got to spread your options out because there isn't as much established turf form. There's some recent maiden winners. There's a decent amount of speed if they all stay in it, but there are some 3-year-olds that are going to be giving this a shot for the first time, and you got to read between the lines a little bit with their pedigrees. I put Retired Kathy second. I'm going to try to spread my options out just because she drew the rail. She's one of the best horses that we're going to see, I'm sure, especially with the Minnesota breds, but I just didn't like that draw for her. So this is one where I'm going to try to spread and beat her, but it is not going to be easy.
No, I think both Tour Queen, the 2, and the 5 Omega Miss both have a chance to upset the apple cart there.
Now, race number 3 is the next of our turf stakes. It's the Lady Canterbury. We love the Lady C around here. You already know my opinion on this one, but what did you make of the Lady Canterbury? Is this one where you can single Midnight Current, or do you try to beat her?
I think a lot of people are going to single Midnight Current. She's a monster. She loves the Canterbury turf, but I'm telling you, Scent of Success, that was not a fluke last time at 19-1 when they met. And I get it. You know, most likely Joel Burnt didn't have Midnight Current fully cranked, but you go back and watch the replay, which I love to do. Scent of Success, who was also racing off a layoff, crushed on that particular occurrence, and the gallop out, I'm not kidding, and I can hear Brian Eric going to chuckling right now. The gallop out was unbelievable. So it's a 2-horse race. It's the 4 and the 5 for me.
All right, race number 4 on the dirt in between. 6 furlongs the distance. Boy, this one, either you got.
I'm going deep here.
Yeah, okay. This is one you're going to want to take a little extra look at some of your PPs. The 4th is a big race. I mean, we got 9 in the gate. And, I mean, could you find a single in there? Who would it be? I couldn't.
I could not. Astronaut Oscar will be a single for some. I'm going to go 4 or 5 deep. My top pick in the race is the 6, Blue Skies and Angels, who's going to be 8, 9, 10-1. So I'm going to spread in race 4.
That's the difficulty of the 4th. And the first 5 ends in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. Your thoughts?
I really like Jack's Outlaw here. This horse is going to be a price. He's 5-1 in the morning line. He's crushed 2 softer fields. He's got experience at all kinds of different turf tracks, Golden Gate, Del Mar, Santa Anita. But what I loved is the way he ran, cruising past Hap Hot, who won the first tonight at Canterbury. Jack's Outlaw might be a single for me at a price on Saturday.
food for thought in the first 5. You got 2 minutes until the 3rd on Thursday, but get your capping started for the Northern Stars Turf Festival.
Arriving at the starting gate, and it is now post time. Post time for the 3rd on the John Deere Dirt. Il Capitano 2-1. Ember also 2-1. Mission Key 3-1. Top 3 with the best support in the win wagering. Here's Last Martini. Mission Key and Fellow Gray Make Noise. All right, 2 back. Ember and Capanello Bay. Il Capitano favored. Oscar Quitos is our starter. And they're racing, and they popped as 1. Il Capitano with a flyer jumps on the field, gets down to the inside. Il Capitano speeds away by 2.5 as they corner. After that is Ember right behind that one, Last Martini, and advancing to the outside is Capanello Bay. Meanwhile, a headstrong Il Capitano opens up by 5. Make Noise is the white horse between runners, overtaken by Fellow Gray Mission Key. And the one in last is Outrun 'em, 12 lengths behind Il Capitano. Il Capitano and De Silva trying to sail wire to wire. Race 3, CBY. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Ember on the prowl. Pace slows down a bit too into the far turn. Mission Keys now 4 out of it, 1.5 clear of Last Martini. Make Noise trying to make some noise from 5th and 7 lengths out of it. Outrun 'em second last, and Capanello Bay is now last. And up top, Il Capitano is still first with Ember cruising up confidently to the outside of Il Capitano. 7 and 4, slug it out round about the quarter pole. Last Martini trying to get third from Mission Bay. Then it's a big gap back to Make Noise to the inside of Outrun 'em, and nothing from Capanello Bay, and up goes Ember, and Ember runs away from the speedy El Capitano. Outside of that is Mission Key, rallying to the outside of Last Martini, but they're into the final football field, and 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you better remember Ember. Number 7, Ember, feasted on the field. Il Capitano second. Photo for the show. Seven, 4, 2, 5. Third race, official. First pick 3 this Thursday, $33.20. Race number 4 begins the second of 2 pick 5s. We have a 10% takeout. That's Nation Low. And it's the penultimate leg of our first 5. No scratches, no rider changes. The turf is listed as yielding. And the rails all the way to the inside. Race number 4 provided by Jim Beam Bourbon. Elegant, smooth, refined. And by Busch Light. Look no further than Busch Light. Into the winner's circle, here comes Ember and jockey Luis Fuentes. That's 2 for Lou. The winning owner, Larry Gorno Jr., and the winning trainer, Matt Williams. And they're racing, and they popped as one. Il Capitano with a flyer jumps on the field, gets down to the inside. Il Capitano speeds away by 2.5 as they corner. After that is Ember right behind that one, Last Martini. And advancing to the outside is Campanello Bay. Meanwhile, a headstrong Il Capitano opens up by 5. Make Noise is the white horse between runners, overtaken by fellow gray Mission Key. And the one in last is Outrun 'em, 12 lengths behind Il Capitano. Il Capitano and De Silva trying to sail wire to wire. Race 3, CBY. 2.5, 3 lengths behind that is Ember on the prowl. Pace slows down a bit too into the far turn. Mission Keys now 4 out of it, 1.5 clear of Last Martini. Make Noise trying to make some noise from 5th and 7 lengths out of it. Outrun 'em second last, and Campanello Bay is now last. And up top, Il Capitano is still first, with Ember cruising up confidently to the outside of Il Capitano. 7 and 4, slug it out round about the quarter pole. Last Martini trying to get third from Mission Bay. Then it's a big gap back to Make Noise to the inside of Outrun 'em, and nothing from Campanello Bay, and up goes Ember, and Ember runs away from the speedy Il Capitano. Outside of that is Mission Key, rallying to the outside of Last Martini, but they're into the final football field, and 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you better remember Ember.
Hello from the paddock. Good luck if you are alive in the first 5. We got another one coming up pretty shortly. The final 5 starts here in race number 4. We're on the turf going 1 mile, and I have to start right off with a horse that I love. I mean, Kurt's Choice, you can see on the board, is 3-1. I didn't know who would go with this horse. Kurt's Choice has a great affinity for this turf and looks for fields without a whole bunch of speed to compete with him. There's some horses in here who have a touch of speed here and there, but probably not his variety of it. So we're going to start off with Kurt's Choice. Now, Burnt Match was a horse that both myself and Kevin Gorg liked a lot in the next race. She's out, so it left me with a couple that I put in her place, but they've been running in much different races at Fauner and at Oaklawn Park. Then I go to my partner Glenn, Brit Blitz, and General Battle Axe. 4, 5, and 8 for me in the third leg of this final 5. 1, 2, and 7 as we get to the quarter horses. Condone, Sugar Rush, and El Gaito. Again, different paths to meet in that spot, but we end it with Relentless Rocket. A new gelding in the last. Tried to keep this one a little bit skinny because there are some short-priced horses in there. Maybe punch it a couple of times, and good luck in the final 5. Let's get back to race number 4. I'm joined by Kevin Gorg, and we're going to talk first about a horse, Air, that both of us incorporated in the mix, but neither one of us took on top.
Yeah, you know, this horse looks really good on paper, has the inside post. Luis Fuentes, who rides so confidently, we saw him get the win on Ember in race 3. And I think he can take advantage of this post by keeping this horse just a little bit closer. We know the horse can close. Turf racing all about saving ground and saving energy. Looks like a big-time player. Looks good physically, too, in the paddock at 5-2.
Yeah, it's taking money throughout, and Infinite Moro, on the other hand, is 12-1. Right now, the field's Cole Longshot, but he's going to get back to the turf. The last time that we saw him, though, he was against this sort of group. Some of these horses beat him, including Cuzvidin's Canuck, Big Pete, and they did so with him going from off the pace. Those are all just strikes, I guess, because this race didn't set up as well for him as I would have wished, and Infinite Moro is one that I would probably use underneath. He did finish third last time, but it was on the dirt. Calzone, a closer as well.
Yeah, Calzone to me is a better horse on the dirt. I think he's a real nice dirt horse. Over on the turf for me is a problem. Maybe underneath for me because he looks good in the paddock, but I'm going to wait for a dirt race and see if we can get some muddied up form.
And Big Pete could play a big part in this because Big Pete does have speed. He just hasn't cut the same sort of fractions normally as the outside horse has. But Big Pete can go back and forth, turf, dirt, whatever. He just likes to go distance of ground. And Big Pete has some seasoning this year. This is going to be start number 6 for Big Pete. Kelsey Hart rejoins him, and they nearly got the job done too back at 20-1 behind because Vinny's a Canuck. But Big Pete right now is at 3-1, taking a lot more money than I thought he might in this spot.
Grunder's the 5. He's a lot like Calzone for me. If this was a dirt race, I'd be very interested. Tony Rengsdorf, the trainer, red hot. He swept the early double, but the 0 for 10 on turf is going to keep me off of Grunder tonight at 12-1.
Because Vinny's a Canuck is one that we were just talking about before. He was a recent claim for the Jose Silva Jr. barn. And because Vinny's a Canuck last time was against starter allowance foes. Today he's back in for a tag, but just didn't pick up his feet at all last time on June 6th. He looks good down here in the paddock. I'm going to keep an eye on him on the track. But this is another one that probably doesn't have the speed to go push things along up front. And that could be a problem for the rest of them. Does have a second place finish over this turf course, but the other 3 was making up ground by inches rather than making a great late move.
Now, the 58 Beyer speed figure that Kurt's Choice ran last time doesn't really stand out on paper. But then if you go a little deeper into the tape, that was a race at 1 16. So it was a longer race. He had to go 22-1, 45-3, 110-4. It's a shorter race. I don't think he's going to have to go nearly as fast. I believe him to be the lone speed. And I think Kurt's Choice, as Richard Grunder once said, makes every pole a winning one.
9 minutes to bet the final 5. That's a 10% takeout 50-cent wager. It begins right here in the 4th, along with doubles, pick threes, win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, an expansive betting menu for your wagering pleasure in the 4th race. They're heading out to the turf. They'll take off in 8.
It is now race time as they move into the gate for race number 4, beginning the second of 2 pick 5s. Penultimate leg of the first 5. Kurt's Choice, 6-5 and favored, looking to win 2 in a row. Kurt's Choice will be the last in line. There in the gate. And they're racing. Kurt's Choice is to strike the front, and Kurt's Choice at 1-5 strides away by 5 with 1 lap to go. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck sharp in the early stages to the outside of Grunder. Then we come back to Big Pete about 7 lengths behind. Kurt's Choice, who's going rather speedily and still leads it by 5. Big Pete's about a length clear from Infinite Moro, and the one in last, check that, moving up to the outside is Calzone, overtaken by Air. Reset, they're covered by 8, and they're chasing the 7, Kurt's Choice, and Kurt's Choice throttles down a bit as they head up the barn side. Kurt's Choice, 3.5, maybe 4 from Grunder, next to the inside of Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and the Frenchman Air begins to stride up to the outside. Then a line of 3, 8 lengths behind Kurt's Choice, inside Big Pete, between them Infinite Moro, and outside of said duo is Calzone, and still not much change to the pattern, and they're chasing Seraphin Carmona, and Kurt's Choice, the favorite, in hand and in command with a 1.5 length lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in second, Air spinning the wheels a bit but still right there. Then it's a country mile back to Grunder, who's in fourth, and in first is Kurt's Choice. Kurt's Choice still clear. Kurt's Choice from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in Air to the outside. Kurt's Choice pounding away with the lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck giving absolutely everything, but his best is second best, and Kurt's Choice sails wire to wire. Number 7, Kurt's Choice, ran first. 7-6-1-2. It's unofficial. Race number 4, official. It was chalk all odds. $3.75. Race number 5, and back to the John Deere Dirt. for our final pick 4 this cloudy Thursday in Shakopee. In race 5, scratch numbers 2, Burnt Match, and 8, Coast to Glory. Race 5, courtesy of Pepsi. We also thank Tri-State Bobcat, Culver Shakopee, Atomic Data, and Choice Electric. Now entering the winner's circle for a second consecutive time, it is Kurt's Choice and jockey Serafin Carmona. The winning owner and trainer, Gabriel Silva. And they're racing. Kurt's Choice is to strike the front, and Kurt's Choice at 1-5 strides away by 5 with 1 lap to go. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck sharp in the early stages to the outside of Grunder. Then we come back to Big Pete about 7 lengths behind Kurt's Choice, who's going rather speedily and still leads it by 5. Big Pete's about a length clear from Infinite Moro, and the one in last, check that, moving up to the outside is Calzone, overtaken by Air. Reset, they're covered by 8, and they're chasing the 7, Kurt's Choice, and Kurt's Choice throttles down a bit as they head up the barn side. Kurt's Choice 3.5, maybe 4 from Grunder, next to the inside of Cuz Vinny's a Canuck, and the Frenchman Air begins to stride up to the outside. Then a line of 3, 8 lengths behind Kurt's Choice, inside Big Pete, between them Infinite Moro, and outside of said duo is Calzone, and still not much change to the pattern, and they're chasing Serafin Carmona, and Kurt's Choice, the favorite, in hand and in command with a 1.5 length lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in second, Air spinning the wheels a bit but still right there. Then it's a country mile back to Grunder, who's in fourth, and in first is Kurt's Choice. Kurt's Choice still clear. Kurt's Choice from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in Air to the outside. Kurt's Choice pounding away with the lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck giving absolutely everything, but his best is second best, and Kurt's Choice sails wire to wire. Number 7, Kurt's Choice. Settle it, and Hap Hot is still sizzling. Hap Hot from the long shot, Lake B to the outside. Right behind them is Roses by Liam into the final 150, and Hap Hot is going to prevail in race number 1. Hap Hot on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle, 1 and a tight photo between 4 and 5. Barry and Mighty Maddie to the inside. Drop Cold spinning the wheels, and Grace Lace is charging in from behind. Factor that with Wire to Wire on the mind. Grace Lace charging to the outside, and inside of that, Kooky Berry is resurgent. Favorite all done. Kooky Berry, Grace Lace. Kooky Berry barely won. And nothing from Campanello Bay, and up goes Ember, and Ember runs away from the speedy El Capitano. Outside of that is Mission Key, rallying to the outside of Last Martini, but they're into the final football field, and 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You better remember Ember. Then it's a country mile back to Grunder, who's in 4th. And in 1st is Kurt's Choice. Kurt's Choice still clear. Kurt's Choice from Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in air to the outside. Kurt's Choice pounding away with the lead. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck giving absolutely everything, but his best is second best, and Kurt's Choice sails wire to wire.
All right, guys, we're upstairs ready to close out that pick 5. And, you know, Ange, it was a fairly formful sequence. We did have a 1-2 get beat in race 2. But outside of that, horses that were easy to find. And I got to give the public credit. These pick 5s are paying far less than you and I both anticipated. But there's still some value on the board. If the 4 doesn't win this race, and we both kind of scratch into the 4 with the 2 horse staying back in the barn, I don't see this horse going off anywhere close to even money or below, but right now that's where the money is.
All the money has been going to steal the spotlight. And yeah, I mean, we both scratched into her, but she has a set of races that, and especially recent races, that put her a notch above a lot of these, but they're not over Canterbury's surface either. So, I mean, factor that in with the meet that Matt Williams is having, and it makes sense that this horse is getting money. Now, that kind of money, I guess you can debate that one, but we'll start with some of the other options in here, including the one on screen, Pat's Gal. Pat's Gal ran recently against Extra Indy, the horse you mentioned on the outside, and she showed more speed than typically she does. Kelsey Hart kept her in the race. She hung around pretty well. She was beaten a few lengths, but Pat's Gal typically doesn't do that sort of thing. So what tactic do you think they'll take today?
I think she'll be a little bit off the pace, but I don't see a ton of pace on paper, and she showed improved speed last time. If you're going to play the trifecta here, note this, 10 tries on the Canterbury main track. She's hit the trifecta in 8 of those 10, so I think she's a trifecta player. I don't like her on the win end. What do you do with Spoiled Brat, the 3, who looks like she might have some speed?
Well, and I thought that she would be the one that would go out there and challenge Burnt Match if she was still in this group. But now Spoiled Brat gets the, I would assume, early leader duties. It's a matter of hanging on for 5.5 furlongs. You can see her last win was at half a mile, and that was down at Fawner. But Spoiled Brat showed speed all of last year. She was in against, I mean, she was in the Francis Genter last year, but Spoiled Brat recently did show speed and just wilted out a little bit late behind Dixie Girl, too. I don't really factor her in at the end of things, but she will make a big difference in the pace.
Good look at the 4 on screen there. She looks fantastic. She is still the spotlight. On paper, just okay, but Matt Williams is red hot right now. The barn is going well, as is the jockey. I like her on top, but I'll need at least 2-1 to get involved with a win bet. What do we do with Autism Counts? Another horse that I think could be very sneaky here.
I thought that she had things set up for her pretty well in that most recent start at Turf Paradise, and that isn't that recent either. It was in the beginning of March. Autism Counts was making some headway at the end of it, but she was still beaten a good distance. It was in similar company. I don't fault her for that. She's one of 2 Silvas in here, but it looks like the other one will definitely be a lower price when all is said and done. I think she might need this one.
All right, A Stern Mate is the 6. We get Miguel Angel Silva, good long shot conditioner. Has struggled recently with state breds against Oklahoma Company. I just don't see it here. Well, I don't know if the trip will be there. I always respect Silva's barn, but if you couldn't beat Oklahoma breds and be competitive, now you're in against Open Company. To me, that's pack a lunch mode.
I would assume that both she and Bohemian Jiggles, just to her outside, are going to hit the gas out of the gate. This is another import from Turf Paradise. She raced a little more recently in the beginning of April, but the result was not quite so good. And she, in her last 3, she has fallen off at the end of things, both at the fairgrounds and at Turf Paradise, but they've been slightly tougher company. So however you want to equal that out is up to you, but she is going to face a bit of a challenge from A Stern Maid and Spoiled Brat. It's just how much of a challenge. The outside horse who we see right now, Extra Indy, has got a couple of starts to her now at Canterbury. The barn started off red hot with some prices at the beginning of the meet, and Extra Indy seems to be rounding into the form that would probably make her competitive in here. What did you like about her?
That she always hits the board. Don't love that she never wins. She's 1 for 23. She's 0 for the last 2 years, so I can use her underneath. I was, looking for upsets in the pick 5 and mixed her in, but I don't think she's a great win bet in this race. I do think she's excellent in the trifecta underneath. I think she'll hit the board for sure.
All right, that's the board of selections that you see. A lot of 4-9 or 9-4 in this upcoming 5th race. 9 minutes to post. Win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, pick 3s, and the late pick 4 available for betting. Your 1-2 favorite steal the spotlight as the horses head onto the track.
Sir Leonard Dykert, and the call to the post for the 5th. Scratch numbers 2, Burnt Match, and 8, Coast to Glory. We race Basset Hounds this Sunday. Dog racing this Sunday, Pepsi Family Day activities, and tickets at CanterburyPark.com.
All right, as we approach the 5th race in the late pick 4, we're going back to Saturday because the Northern Stars Turf Festival has 2 pick 5s, as we do every day. We already covered a couple of the races in this sequence, so we're going to skip to the Brooksfields Mile. That's race number 6. They go a mile, and somehow you and I have ended up on the same horse, who I think will be a decent price, but will come from off the pace. Do you picture Drama Chorus and Golden Bandit dueling with each other and maybe taking their best race out of one another? Or do you picture one getting away from the other and Kennebec is just that good?
I just think this is the best betting race of the night. If that's the case, and I really believe it is, I was going to shop for a price. So with you, I'm on the 2, Kennebec. I see Drama Course showing enough speed to keep Golden Bandit honest, who is just a really talented horse. Don't sleep on Silent Poet. Gallardo is a good gate jockey. That horse is going to be up near the front. They are going to go quick early. Speed's been fine on our turf, but I think something has to give. I think Golden Bandit is the most trackable. If he has to sit just off and those two want to go on, he might inherit the lead turning for home, but Kennebec is going to get a great trip, saving every inch of ground. And I think we're going to get all 5-1. I don't think the horse gets bet.
I hope you're right. I went back to see Kennebec the other day. He's a tough, good-looking horse, and I hope that he brings that same kick that he had down in Arizona up to Minnesota, because I agree with you. I think the pace is going to be, at the very least, honest. Now we go to the final of our turf stakes on Saturday. The 7th is the Canterbury Derby. This features 3-year-olds with, a mixed bag of turf form. A shipper from the UAE Derby in Navy SEAL, who should take plenty of money, just even considering the humans that are his connections. But how did you put together the Canterbury Derby? Because, a lot of money is going to go towards the rail horse, but there isn't an overwhelming amount of speed in here. How do you cap it? Where do you start?
I like Luis Quinones. Welcome back to the queue, and I'm all about Illustrator here. I think Illustrator gets a good enough trip from probably mid-pack, but I'm with you. There is not a ton of pace in this race. It feels like a jockey's race. Why not go back to the queue? Luis Quinones at 5-2. Who do you like?
That's who I have. I have Illustrator on top. This is going to give Kevin fits, but Illustrator, I thought, had the most good, consistent form that can keep him close to the pace. I didn't see much else besides some of these horses stretching out from dirt sprints that might go and make things hot and heavy. He should be in a perfect spot, and nobody rides that turf course here at Canterbury quite like the queue. On to the last. That is the final race of the final 5 sequence. This allowance going 5.5, I had to either take a whole bunch of them or hone in on just one speed horse because there's so much pure speed in here. I went with Baxley. Baxley is going to make his first start of the year. It's his first start as a 3-year-old, but he had the goods at first asking down at Hawthorne. Took on a really tough group at Keeneland. Where did you land in the last?
I love the last race. I fell into the same horse, but I don't feel strongly that the horse has to be singled. There are 4 or 5 horses that can win that last race. So when you're playing that pick 5, the late one on Saturday, I think the last race is the key to your whole ticket. The Ravelli horse looks awesome, but there are at least 4 or 5 horses in there that can challenge that horse. So do note that when you're handicapping. I would find a single somewhere else.
Okay, well, good luck closing out your pick 5s here. We've just gone over the pick 5s for Saturday. Get those PPs ready, study hard. You got 2 minutes until the upcoming 5th race.
They're at the gate. It is now race time, post time for race 5 into the second half of the Thursday stanza. Saturday racing at 5 and Sunday at 1. CanterburyPark.com for information on the racing, the concerts, and much more. Steal the Spotlight, heavily favored. One out. Extra Indy. Race 5 to close the first 5. Racing. Bad start for a Stern Maid. A bad start for the 6, about 10 lengths out of it as they negotiate the barn side. Up front is Spoiled Brat. Spoiled Brat attempting to give them the slip, leading it by 1, being chased by Pascal to the inside and Steal the Spotlight to the outside. After that, we come back about a length and a half. It is Autism Counts, and Autism Counts secures the inside and is about 5-6 lengths from the lead. After that, we come back to Bohemian Jiggles. Way back in last is a Stern Maid. Roundabout the quarter pole, Pascal and Kelsey trying to steal it at 8-1. And Pascal is first and running away by 3, 4, maybe 5 lengths into the final furlong. They line up trying to catch that tearaway one. After that, Autism Counts, late charge from a Stern Maid, but Pascal is the winning gal, and in upset fashion, Pascal dominates. Number 1, Pascal in 105.41 first. The numbers 1, 4, 5, 7. Into the winner's circle, it's Pascal and Kelsey Haar. Pascal is owned by Pleasant Hills Training Center and D. Brewer. The winning trainer, Bob Klein. It's official. Pick 4 paid $113. Pick 5, $395. First 5 with the carryover, nearly $400. Exacta, $18. Trifecta, $44. And the Superfecta, 1457, $20.35. Race number 6 is on the yielding turf, rail all the way in. Scratch number 1, El Tomate. Race number 6 is courtesy of Kim Crawford, the official wine sponsor of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. And we also thank Hormel for 2024 sponsorship. Race number 6, just 19 minutes from now. Racing. Bad start for a Stern Maid. A bad start for the 6, about 10 lengths out of it as they negotiate the barn side. Up front is Spoiled Brat. Spoiled Brat attempting to give them the slip, leading it by 1, being chased by Pascal to the inside and steal the spotlight to the outside. After that, we come back about a length and a half. It is Autism Counts, and Autism Counts secures the inside and is about 5-6 lengths from the lead. After that, we come back to Bohemian Jiggles. Way back in last is a Stern Maid. Round about the quarter pole, Pascal and Kelsey trying to steal it at 8-1. And Pascal is first and running away by 3, 4, maybe 5 lengths into the final furlong. They line up trying to catch that tearaway one. After that, Autism Counts, late charge from a Stern Maid, but Pat's Gal is the winning gal, and in upset fashion, Pat's Gal dominates.
Great to see Kelsey Haar in the winner's circle for Bobby Klein. The horse looked like Secretariat around the far turn. Wins off by double digits with a triple hammerlock. That was impressive indeed. We sail on to maybe, in my opinion, the best betting race on the card. The scratch of the one doesn't deter my opinion. I think this race has upset written all over it. So this late pick 5 with Kelsey's horse in there at a big price could really be a juicy one. When you factor in that quarter horse race that's on deck, race 7 also looks wide open. There's going to be a big favorite in the last that likely will be a single on many tickets, including our own Angela Herman. But this race, to me, just reeked of looking for a price, and that's where I ended up. We'll get to my horse in a bit. It's Bob's Business. The 2-horse inherits the rail with the scratch of the 1. Joel Burnt, one of our best trainers, conditions the 2 and the 3, but do note his preference probably going to be Constantino Roman when it comes to jockeys and how often they ride for him. Bob's Business, though, has decent stalking speed, makes the turf debut, is bred decently for it, and again, that inside post, always a good, cozy place to be. Number 3 is Rejection Hurts. Constantino Roman, the call, as I mentioned, for Joel Burnt. 5 starts on the Canterbury lawn. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and boy, this horse looks legged up indeed. Love the energy, love the muscle, love it all. Horse looks fantastic in the walking ring. Without a doubt, the horse to beat here. Rejection Hurts is 8-5. 4 is my partner, Glenn. Luis Fuentes for Tony Rengsdorf. Good hot connections here. And a horse that's knocked heads at places like Del Mar and Santa Anita. Made the Canterbury debut last time, and that was an aorta smasher as the People's Choice. Got beat by a head on the wire, but was flying late. Should make a late impression here. Looks like the danger at 5-2. Number 5 is Britt Blitz Gallardo for Joel Burnt. So Burnt's third horse is this 5. The upside is here. The speed is here. We'll see if Angela's selection, Britt Blitz, can get loose on the front end. Cal L is the 6. Sabalos for Troy Bethke. I'm going to cash on this horse at some point this year. I've seen this horse enough to know this horse likes this turf course, has good tracking speed. This one just looked like deep waters to me. We'll see, though. This is a sneaky horse on paper. Looks like a horse with some upside, and I always think Troy Bethke, one of those guys you got to watch at a price. 7 is Win Over Wyatt. Serafin Carmona has been riding great. The Bug Boy has talent, man, no doubt about it. Litvin Barn starting out red hot. Veronica's doing a great job. Turf breeding is not there, but the fact that they're on the turf after a really good dirt effort in Chicago tells me they might know something we don't. So keep that in mind at a 14-1 price. We've seen this barn pop already this year at big numbers. My top pick of the race, though, is going to be all the way on the outside. I'm going to try General Battle Axe. Quinones gets the call for Tim Padilla. This is one of those horses where way back when this horse debuted, I thought this horse might be something special. And this horse still has upside. He's still just a 3-year-old gelding. He's got good turf bloodlines, and he ran a couple of really nice turf races in December at Tampa Bay Downs. The turf race here didn't go, or hasn't been on the turf course yet here. The dirt race here last time was just okay for me, but I think this horse, if he runs back to those Tampa races, has a legitimate shot at a price. So I'll try the 8, General Battle Axe, at 7-1. What a tremendous wagering opportunity you've got in front of you right here. The final pick 3, the final thoroughbred race, and of course we're on that beautiful turf course listed as yielding. Next I'll be in the winner's circle. We're going to do a little wine tasting fiasco. That'll be fun. Right now the horses leave the paddock. Soon they greet the bugler and we get Sir Leonard Dykert and the call to the post. All right, Canterbury faithful, we've got Rhonda down here. Rhonda, where are you from?
Prior Lake.
Prior Lake Lakers. Behind her, we have a couple of glasses of wine. She's trying to win 2 tickets to Canterbury Uncorked. These are some of our most popular nights at Canterbury. They've been sellouts all season. Rhonda, take a sip of the first one, the red one. You're not Vanna White. The wine's behind you. There you go. Take a sip. Okay. What kind of wine did you just take a sip of?
Merlot.
She says Merlot. She is correct. Merlot is correct. She has one more wine to taste. This will decide if she gets the tickets. How come you didn't do that thing like the wine tasters always do, where they do the swish and they smell? Yeah, that you got to look like a pro. Okay. What's kind of wine?
Pinot Grigio.
She is 100% correct. We've got a wine connoisseur. Give her a big round of applause. She gets tickets to Canterbury Uncorked. Well done, Miss Rhonda. Finish that wine off. What the heck? Have some fun.
They're at the starting gate, moving into it. It's race time. 3 to go, and a pick 3 to celebrate it. Final turf race today. It's Bob's Business and Rejection Hurts. They've gone in with Britt Blitz. All 3 share a home. Kal-El, my partner Glenn. Win over Wyatt. And General Battle Axe. Final turf race this cloudy Thursday. And they're racing. Tight beginning for my partner Glenn, who had to pinch back to last. It's Bob's Business in his turf debut is very, very fast, and Bob tries to streak away. It's Bob's Business, the 2022 Northern Lights Futurity Champion and neck. Clinging to that one is Kal-El, and they are going quickly. About 5 to the good of Win Over Wyatt in his turf debut. About a length and a half after that to General Battle Axe. 8 lengths behind the speed. Emphasis on the word speed as they begin to slow down a little bit. Field well strung out. General Battle Axe now 7 out of it, 2.5 clear from Britt Blitz. Then we come back to Rejection Hurts to the inside of my partner Glenn. Up the barn side they go. It's CBY race 6, and it's Bob's Business still trying to steal away with LAV. In second is Kal-El. 7 after that to Britt Blitz, beginning to unwind from behind to the outside of General Battle Axe. They're covering up. Went over Wyatt behind them, my partner Glenn, and Rejection Hurts roused for run, beginning to come on a bit, but double digits behind the stablemate. It's Bob's Business. It's Bob's Business at 12 to 1, liking the turf with 3/16 to go. In second is Win Over Wyatt to the inside. General Battle Axe to the outside. My partner Glenn is closing fast from behind with the blue blinkers. Here comes Glenn to the outside of General Battle Axe. Win Over Wyatt on the inside. My partner Glenn. Pretty flashy in the new colors. Number 4, my partner Glenn, first. 4-7-2-8 in 137.23. Hold all tickets. We have a jockey's objection. The objection does not involve the top 2 finishers in race 6. The jockey aboard the 8, Alonso Quinones, is claiming Luis Valenzuela, and It's Bob's Business fouled them. The third and fourth place finishers are under scrutiny. Stand by. 2 and 8, the ones you're looking for. The 2, the rider has the white helmet cover. The 8, pink helmet cover. 2 finished third, 8 fourth. Stewards taking a peek at that. The winner is safe. Up to the winner's enclosure, my partner Glenn. 3 victories for jockey Luis Fuentes and trainer Tony Rengstorff. My partner Glenn is owned by Justin Revac and Rocket Wrench Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a DQ for interference in the stretch. Number 2, It's Bob's Business, has been disqualified from third and placed fourth. It's Bob's Business, the DQ third place finisher, has the rider with the white helmet cover. The 1 greatly impacted, 8 General Battle Axe, rider has the pink helmet cover. You see It's Bob's Business gradually coming over lanes and eventually shuts off General Battle Axe, absolutely costing the guy a better placing. So in the estimation of the track referees, our stewards, they have disqualified It's Bob's Business from third and placed him fourth. Race 6 official, it was not chalk all odds. The superfecta paid $190 for 10 cents. Pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6 paid $49 even. That exacta 4-7, $57.10. 50-cent trifecta, $129.55. 19 minutes from now, race number 7, no scratches, No rider changes. And they're racing. Tight beginning for my partner Glenn, who had to pinch back to last. It's Bob's business, and his turf debut is very, very fast, and Bob tries to streak away. It's Bob's business, the 2022 Northern Lights Futurity champion and neck. Clinging to that one is Cal L, and they are going quickly. About 5 to the good of Win Over Wyatt in his turf debut. About a length and a half after that to General Battle Axe. 8 lengths behind the speed. Emphasis on the word speed as they begin to slow down a little bit. Field well strung out. General Battle Axe now 7 out of it, 2.5 clear from Brit Blitz. Then we come back to Rejection Hurts to the inside of my partner Glenn. Up the barn side they go. It's CBY race 6, and it's Bob's business still trying to steal away with LAV. In second is Cal L. 7 after that to Brit Blitz, beginning to unwind from behind to the outside of General Battle Axe. They're covering up. Went over Wyatt behind them, my partner Glenn, and Rejection Hurts roused for run, beginning to come on a bit, but double digits behind the stablemate. It's Bob's business. It's Bob's business at 12 to 1, liking the turf with 3/16 to go. In second is Win Over Wyatt to the inside. General Battle Axe to the outside. My partner Glenn is closing fast from behind with the blue blinkers. Here comes Glenn to the outside of General Battle Axe. Win Over Wyatt on the inside. My partner Glenn, pretty flashy in the new colors.
Late Quarter Horse Double is coming your way with races 7 and 8, 13 minutes away from the start of it. We've got older horses in this optional claimer. They go 3:30 in the 7th race. No changes to report. And a lot of money going towards Sugar Rush, as you would expect. There's going to be a lot of 2-2 doubles out there. They come from the same camp.
We call it the Caitlin Clark.
I was waiting for that, kind of. But the first group is making their way out into the paddock. And a horse that I was kind of interested in, and I, used on some of my plays, was the one, Condoned. I am not usually a person that uses rail horses at our track on the quarter horse races. It's just not always the place to be. But he looks very much on his toes. He got a race in at Remington Park. It was 400 yards. Maybe he needed the start, but you know that this horse can probably handle all the distance. And if he can break a little bit better, works at a price, 8-1. What do you think?
Yeah, the Wyoming Speed Index numbers fit with this bunch. I like Tyler Stein. I think his barn is vastly underrated. And, hey, let's be honest. The 2 is going to get pounded here. I think come post time closer to 6-5 than what we see right now. And why not? Sugar Rush is third off the layoff. Hopped at the break last time. Still made up enough ground to get up by a head. You get those connections, man. They're going to get bet every single night. Jason Olmstead is so good at what he does. Can't blame him. Have to use the horse. I'm going to try to beat Sugar Rush here, but absolutely this is the horse to beat. What do you do with Michael B? Because Michael B, 9 starts over our track. 5 of those 9 hands, this horse has been in the exacta.
I know, but it's just that some of those, if we could turn the clock back to 2022 for Michael B., I might even have him on top. It's just the fact that in his last 3 starts, the first one this year and the only 2 last year, he hasn't shown the same kind of pop, either out of the gate or as they continue on. He seems to kind of move at one pace. This is a bit of a drop for him, but still, Michael B., for me, he might need a little bit more distance, and I was going to give him another one just because he needs to turn things around a bit, but he is taking a bit of money now, 5-1. 9-1 is the price that you get on JJ's Royal Time. This is only start number 2 of the year for him, and, he's 3 for 7 at this point, but some of those races coming in different parts rather than here at Canterbury or down in Oklahoma where he was last seen.
Yeah, he looks good in the paddock, bouncing around right there, but I'm getting smitten with this big gray, even though I don't have the gray in the mix. I'm telling you, look at that gorgeous gray. Wow. Cloudy day, bet the gray. We've heard this adage before. I don't know if it works with the quarter horses, but I do know this. Johnny the Mouse Mickelson just made a trip down to the ATM on clubhouse level, and he didn't do it to not bet Kelsey Har. So this guy is all in. I'm going to pay attention. The mouse is broke. My owner's broke. Has a big chance.
Yeah, I mean, a day that why bet the gray is for Kevin Gorg, but Presidio Pete is one of 2 from the same camp, and you like the outside runner. Presidio Pete last time had a little bit of bumping to his trip. He's been well beaten in both of those starts, but they were non-3s down at Remington Park. When he was up at Prairie Meadows last year, a lot more competitive as a 2-year-old. We'll see if he's turned the corner at 3 much. It looks like he hasn't changed a whole bunch from 2 to 3, but maybe getting those 2 starts out of the way at Remington and coming back to more friendly settings will put him on the winning track. But you like another gray on the outside.
Yes, I
surprise,
do.
Surprise. Why?
I love this outside horse. I think we're going to get a price. Paul Allen's on the horse with me. And I just think that, Remington Park, the racing there with the quarter horses is frankly better. If you go back to the Canterbury races last year, this horse ran second to Beep Beep Rev Rev. The defense rests. I'm all in on the 7. I'm betting this horse, and I can't wait to watch the 2 grays run 1-2 and Mouse and I make the trip to the ATM count for some serious cash. Quarter horse racing, guys, late daily double. It's all building into this awesome weekend with Northern Stars Turf Festival. This looks like an awesome race that's wide open. I think the 2 might be a lock in the last, but here, you're on your own. Find some value, bet the trifecta, bet the doubles into the 2, and let's get some money.
Sir Leonard Diker brings them on to the John Deere Dirt. No scratches, double wagering. Dr. Dan's Daily Double, 7 minutes from now. Yo, what's going on? Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Let's go to chasing here into the late double provided by Crown Royal. And we want to celebrate all of our lady fans taking in racing at Canterbury. So we're going to call this the Cool in the Gang late double. It's a ladies' night daily double, and here's how it goes. 5-7 in the first leg. That's right here. My Owner's Broke, ridden by Kelsey Haar. And number 7, El Golito. That's my top pick. This one's trained by Haley Hobbs. And Haley's not only looking for her first win this year, she's looking for her first win since Halloween last year. So maybe El Golito at 4-1 or maybe even higher can spook the field. Then, despite eliminating what's going to be the probable winner and massive favorite in the lucky last, we're going to use 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, all the fillies, to make up ladies' night and our Cool in the Gang daily double. Let's go, ladies. And it's post time. Condoned, Sugar Rush, Michael B., JJ's Royal Time, Brazito Pete, El Galito, Brazito Pete, last in line between the grays.
Butterfly net out for the 6.
Sugar Rush, the heavy favorite.
Hey, don't be sure.
There in the gate. And away they go. My Owners broke terribly. El Galito broke well. So did the bookender, Condone, and Sugar Rush with a rush between them. El Galito, Sugar Rush between them. Brazito Pete, El Galito at 2.5 to 1. Number 7, El Galito. First, 7-2-6, and a superfecta photo. JJ's Royal Time, fourth. Official. Exacta 15 and change, trifecta 15 and change. The 10-cent superfecta $13.74. And the pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7, $210.50. Race 8, final live race. Number 2, Relentless Rocket, should be listed in your programs as a gelding. Mouse checked. In the winner's circle, El Galito and Fernando Fonseca Soto. The winning owners, R.A. Urbana Sanchez, and the winning trainer, Haley Hobbs. El Galito is a 4-year-old gray son of Royal Quick Dash out of Bunny Run Now, bred in Minnesota by Jacqueline Moreno. And away they go. My owners broke terribly. El Galito broke well. So did the bookender Condone and Sugar Rush with a rush between them. El Galito, Sugar Rush between them. Presidio Pete, El Galito at 2.5 to 1.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you from the press box. We get you set for the lucky last 330-yard maiden event with the quarter horses here, Ange. And on paper, I thought it would be really tough to beat the 2. Boy, the speed index numbers outside of the 3 swimsuit model, they do tower over this bunch.
Well, and even watching their races, I mean, you don't have much to go on, but he's acted like a professional in both of his first 2 starts. The first was a futurity trial. He was coming on really nicely at the end of that. Last time, it just looked like he didn't have enough distance. He went 300 yards, and for a horse that is sizable as he is, and he is a recent gelding, much to his chagrin, I'm sure, but Relentless Rocket should do well with 350 and beyond. But the talent that he showed right at the jump and some of the works that he had put in prior to that race, just lots and lots of arrows point at him. I think we guessed, 2 to 5? Something like that?
Around 1 to 2, yeah. Somewhere around 1 to 2. I will say this. Swimsuit model intrigues me, and she'll have to run her absolute best. I'm with you. I get it. This 2-horse could be any kind, and it is. Olmsted, his horses all seem to be firing. Even when they lose, they look good in defeat, like Sugar Rush, who ran a great race in race 7, just came up a little bit short. But swimsuit model, to me, at least has a puncher's chance. You know, she debuted, got beat a length and change, came back, and then they liked her enough to try her in a futurity trial last time. This is all at Remington. And, again, I'm going to go back to Tyler Stein. I think the guy can train. I think this guy's underrated. And if the favorite is going to stumble, if there's some struggle there, I think 3 would be the horse you'd migrate towards, right?
Well, she is the one that I used in second. She came out of those same trials for the Heritage Place Futurity that Relentless Rocket did when he debuted. But the swimsuit model does have the 2 starts prior to that, too. She's got a little bit of a short stride on her, but she is a rapid mover, obviously, and she handled the move to distance a little bit better, but I think 330 might suit her better than 350, whereas I feel the opposite for Relentless Rocket. But if you go just to their outside, GF Lady Giselle ran, there's 2 from the same barn right next to each other, the 4 and the 5. And he started her out for twice as much as the 5, Be Magic. And she was actually pretty game. She didn't threaten the top 3 or anything like that. But once she did settle into stride with the pack that was kind of with her, she stuck her neck out and she stayed in front of them. I can forgive a debut, both her and her stablemate, who nearly got shoved into the rail and came back on. Probably needed that, benefited from it, and will take a bigger step forward than maybe some of their competition can. But if you're looking for an experienced horse towards the outside, would you go for a 7-7 Hobbs double? My Heart, My Dynasty does have 3 starts to her. Also had a training race much earlier on. She dwelt last time because she had a flipping halter. And in her debut, she went to her back feet. There's excuses for this filly, and she's taking money at 6-1. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't see it. She's been finding trouble. She's been racing against state breds and claimers. To me, the 2 and 3 just tower over this field. The X factor for me would be the 1. If Olmsted ends up going Bob Baffert on the bit and the horse nobody's talking about, the other Olmsted wins, it would not surprise me. To me, the 2 and 3 absolutely tower over this field. I think it's got to be one of those 2.
I would definitely take the 2 of the pair of them. It's so hard for a firster of either breed to start out on the rail, no matter what the distance, really. And Coronado Dreamer, I think, has shown that maybe she needs a little more work. She has 5 works leading up to her debut, and a lot of them are out of the gate. It could be an issue for her at first asking, but maybe all that practice has got her ready. I just think that a couple to her outside are just a little bit further along, and that naturally is an advantage at 2-year-old racing. There is a carryover possibility in here. The 6. If we can get this, make a case for this horse, so maybe we could get some sort of carryover. Because Sandwiched bore out last time.
I'll tell you what,
you
if
throw
the
it out?
4 and 5 both lug in and they ram into the 1, 2, and 3, and there's all kinds of traffic, then it's possible. If the 2 and 3 get out of the gate, it's not going to happen. So the carryover dream is dying by the second, in my opinion. It's going to be tough to make a case for that horse. 7 to me is the only, outside of the inside couple, the only one I can make a small case for, but I'm bullish. I just think the 2 and the 3 have raced against significantly better competition. I would love to see a carryover. Don't hold your breath.
Well, we agree on the exact end here, and you can see My Heart, My Dynasty catching up with the rest of them as they head out to the track with 8 minutes to post. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, wagering all on the table with this 330-yard race to go. Take us home, Kev.
Yeah, it should be fun. Don't forget Saturday, guys. It's going to be unbelievable. Northern Stars Turf Festival, Saturday at 5 o'clock. Some of the greatest turf horses in the Midwest. Trainers like Wesley Ward will be here. It's going to be fabulous. You're going to want to be here, too. Sunday's Pepsi Family Day, but tonight we close out the Pick 5 and the card with quarter horses coming your way next.
Oh, yeah. Lynn Diker, great job. See you Saturday. See you, buddy. To the track, the John Deere Dirt, which is fast for the 8th. They've reached the starting gate, and it is now post time. Post time for the 8th. Relentless Rocket is the favorite. To his inside, stablemate Coronado Dreamer, the only debutante in the race. Lady Giselle has gone in with B Magic. Trace Freight Train. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 2, Relentless Rocket. Number 2, Relentless Rocket has been scratched. Refunds available right now for Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers involving number 2, Relentless Rocket. If you have the winner of race 7, El Galito, in a double to number 2, Relentless Rocket, you will receive a consolation payoff. And pick 3, 4, and 5 action, including the favored 2, all head to the starting favorite. Number 2, Relentless Rocket, a late scratch. That one was prohibitively favored, so we're going to hold this race up for a little bit. If you'd like to get your refunds, you can do so right now and rewager. Get your refunds right now and rewager.
Right hole.
Right here.
Thanks, Joe.
It's post time. Race 8, take 2. Swimsuit model, the 3 to 5 favorite. Closest behind that one, win wagering, Coronado Dreamer, who shares a barn with the scratched Relentless Rocket. Now, Trace Freight Train. All righty now. Racing. Rough beginning for My Heart, My Dynasty. Likewise for Trace Freight Train. 1 and 3 pop the gate and put 3 lengths on the field. Swimsuit model, Coronado Dreamer. Outside of that, Lady Giselle. But the swimsuit model is looking pretty fine. Number 3, swimsuit model first. 3-1 and a photo. Three, 1, 4, 7. And Thursday is official. The final pick 3, $25.50. Swimsuit model was favored. Final pick 4, $114.30. And the pick 5, $168.40. 7-2 consolation double, $8.60. 7-3 double, $24.20. Up to the winners enclosure, swimsuit model and Eugenio Navarrete Jr. The winning owner, William Maher, and the winning trainer, Tyler Stein. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our management team, those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, and our television department, we wholeheartedly thank you for watching and wagering on Racing from Canterbury Park whenever you do. Live racing resumes Saturday at 5 o'clock. If you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. Racing, rough beginning for My Heart, My Dynasty, likewise for Trace Freight Train. 1 and 3 pop the gate and put 3 lengths on the field. Swimsuit model, Coronado Dreamer. Outside of that, Lady Giselle, but the swimsuit model is looking pretty fine.